Check 1 2. Ah, there we go. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Let's talk about the definition of a hot mess today. the the plague is going through our house, and I was doing so good to like to not get it, and then on Friday, I dared to leave my bedroom, and then I was just like, oh no. And of course, it got me. It was just, it was waiting for me, and yeah, it jumped me. So I'll do, uh, or I did my best to do my, when I'm sick preparation so I can still stream, because while streaming does take a bit out of you, it's not that intensive. Like, I'm not running a marathon, is what I'm getting at. I'm not discounting the effort that goes into streaming. I'm not doing that. Or I'm not making light of the amount of effort that goes into streaming. Don't worry. But I'm just saying that, if I gargle, Dayquil, and I take a Sudafed, which, as a note, is what I used to do when I was a cashier, because, those kinds of jobs want you to go and get a doctor's note if you have a cold. So not only are you missing out on a shift of work, but they want you to go and pay a doctor to sign a piece of paper to give them, which is going to extend the amount of time that it takes you to recuperate. So I'm just like, you know what? I found this cocktail that made it not non-noticeable, but it's called a cough suppressant for a reason. You thought you said scream, and you were like, okay, screaming is important sometimes. I mean, you're not wrong. Did anyone get to have some fun with the, I guess I can talk about it, with the rubies over the weekend? That one got fixed lightning fast. Heckin' frog money went on for how long? Also, thanks for the follow there, Mama Sugar. Which, yeah, as you can see, I did participate in this one because, after frog money, apparently they don't punish. So I got 23, but that's because I was, as I said, I was sick. If I was not sick, I might have tried more, but I like um due to my my being sick, I failed every few times. At least we're gonna blame it on the sickness and not me being impatient. But patience is not one of my virtues. I have many virtues. Patience is not one of them. When the angel was coming around when I was being born, they went by and was just like, this little one does not need patience. And I was just like, ma'am. The dance was the timer? What was the dance? I have no idea. Um well, I did see that there was a TikTok. I don't have a TikTok account, so I can't watch TikToks. Or wait, I can never remember if it's TikTok or Instagram that doesn't let you watch things without an account. Um, wait, I was so curious. The other spots are still available? Nice. So we just need to figure out where the fishing bag is because I can't remember for the life of me. Because that's probably the next most valuable one. Although that being said, they're probably all, hey, two happy time zone, and thank you so much for, um, right, it is in the water temple. I knew that much, just not like where. I think it's not that I'm, or I don't know. Should I do it on stream? Because I don't know. I have no idea if the tiny committee does exist. Should we let them know that the other things still work? It's near the headless statue. Thank you. I'm just kidding. I I mean, if they knew Aaron, they would have fixed it. Maybe they just don't care because this one's a big one. Like the one in the water temple. I um yeah, they fixed the rubies, but apparently which I mean, for sure, because it's a Lego drop, but it is kind of humorous that they fixed the one thing that is a decor, but like, wait, really? Someone mentioned the ruby back on September 24th? That actually is funny. Go back. Oh, is it? Oh, it's the first headless statue? Or wait. You're gonna down. Wait, where? My memory is not great for this. I blew through this quest. Just off to the left side. So this one. But yeah, pictures help. Stop. Okay. Back to the circle. Yes, ma'am. By the fountain in the center. Yeah, apparently. But this is the banded Muujin bag that apparently is here, or the. Oh wait. Oh, Flowwood. I didn't. I forgot that Flowwood was a thing. Hmm. Need to go back some. Dang it. Sorry, I get turned around so easily in things like this. On the other side of the gold. Grand Rising, milady. It's too bad there isn't like the footsteps like the other one had. Because that's how I was able to like move back. Here, I'll zoom out. I'll stop in the first white area. Oh, hey, I see dirt. Is that it? No. Left. How am I? I am still quite sick right here. Hey, interesting. Got there in the end. I'm sorry that was so painful, everybody. Okay, but this one I think was right here, wasn't it? Evidently not. Closer to the ramp on your left. See the three rocks? The three rocks. Like here? Yeah. Thank you, Mama Sugar. It took me a second. I was just like, but yeah, the pebble texture that makes more sense. Three rocks like Orion's belt. I will be honest, astronomy, not my strong suit. Here? Oh, I I moved right here. Oh, I see a footprint, so which means that this should be it. Face the statue. Then Orion's. Is this what's supposed to be Orion's belt? Closer. Also, congrats on your stream streak. I wasn't sure if that was something I had to like turn on or not. Has your facing move forward? Mm-hmm. Slightly here. That general area? Okay. Hey, there we go. We finally got there. So it's right here. The hotfix only fixed the ruby. Because, you know, I guess priorities. Fair, I guess. Atsy's just there sipping. Just yeah, that was my reaction too. In all fairness. Um yeah. That does make a lot of sense. I I don't normally play with any sound, which I can see how that's a detriment. Um oh yeah. But yeah, in the fishing drop bag it is, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not as good as the ruby, but it's still nothing to sneeze at. Also, good morning, Hugh. Much love. I'm trying to remember the the Muujin main would be the next valuable item. For selling reasons, I could see that, yeah. Right downstairs. Thank you, Lady Luminous. This, and that's just a tattoo that you can see. Normally, I have the or my tattoos are very like I was very strategic with all my tattoos. So if I wear a um, if I wear a button-down dress shirt that's open to like that's open and then rolled up with the sleeves rolled up, because at the time I was a bartender, you can't see any of my tattoos. So I literally go from like tatted boy to like clean collar. Or also, hey Starwindy, lovely to see you. I'm not even sure what to. The cold meds are messing with my head. I am a man of many talents. Skills, talents, take your pick. Oh, right on. Don't. The heck was that notification? What was my favorite drink to mix? I always was a fan of, like, even though it was annoying to clean the shaker afterwards, I still love to make like a martini. But that's also because, like, aside from being an artist, I also was a dancer, and there, for any bartender that has fun with it, because why not? There's a bit of like there's a performative aspect to making any shake and drink, or there can be anyway. So, yep, 12 years of Ukrainian dance and um, 7 years of ballet. Wait, stop at the top of the steps. Okay. Do it. I have no idea what that is referring to. Okay. You know what? We're gonna put on our headphones and we're gonna pause the music. Oh, there we go. Cool. I'm assuming that would be sound effects. There we go. That is much easier with the sound. Cool. Wish I knew that on heckin' Saturday. We're not gonna talk about how long I spent trying to find the ruby. $159 gold versus 120. Math. 120, 190, 290. However, the fishing bag, excuse me, you have the potentiality to get more in the fishing bag. Basically, do you want to do a gacha, or do you want to not do a gacha? I mean, yeah. In so for anyone unaware why this bug is the way it is, all of the because I realize that not everyone has done it yet. All of these locales are part of a gardener quest. So, yeah. So like the ruby thing, everyone does get that. It's a part of a it's a part of the tier 4 gardener quest. I have no idea why I'm running. Yeah, and I'm definitely with you there, Mama. I don't have that kind of tenacity either. I mean, part of it is that I'm playing 2 games right now, and I am not good at playing multiple games. I'm a monogamous gamer. I, but I'm trying. I'm really trying here. Especially when like both games are vaguely vaguely MMO like. The other game is Blue Protocol. On the plus side of Blue Protocol, it is not just for PC. You can play it on your phone as well. So like, I mean, I could technically log into it right now, and like be doing some like AFK stuff while I was live at the moment. If I was a better planner, that would probably be the play. But you know, here we are, and ADHD problems, so. I'm still figuring things out in that game. As well, getting over my social anxiety, which I have not been able to do yet, has been the biggest thing. I have started a guild. However, 6 out of 10 people in the guild are me. The joke was gonna be that like there was me, myself, and I, but I didn't realize to like get your like, because they actually, their guild system actually matters because there's like stuff to do, and there's a guild center in their game, and you need a minimum of 10 people in your guild. So yeah. Now I just need to grind the... Now the grind is just on, because I have to progress it to like rank 2 and whatnot and all that good stuff. It never lets you resub. That's weird. Yeah, the one thing that I haven't found yet is like WoW has like shared storage, and I could have swore when I like went into the guild center for the first time they mentioned having shared storage, but I have yet to find where it is. So there isn't a guild storage then? It's only in this... Because I knew that there was the homestead storage, but that's something completely different. Because there's homestead, and then there's no guild storage. Okay. That yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I have yet to really test out the shared storage. I was Horde only because my boyfriend was Horde at the time. In all actuality, I was a panda. I'm pretty sure WoW had guild storage, didn't they? 90% sure. Maybe they just had a bank. Yeah, WoW had guild storage. No. So, Atsi and I are talking about Blue Protocol. Mandy. In Blue Protocol, there's no guild storage. All good. Did I see the news on the Palia website about the jam thing? What? I have not. I'm so worried. What? What is this actual garbage? Sorry, one sec. Let me just. I'm just gonna download the JPEG of the rewards because these are just bad. Like I can't even like. I don't even know what to say about that except that they're just bad. As a note, so 25 and 25, 50 together, you get 20 fertilizer. Just one sec. Let's see. Because yeah, it isn't even that it's like it's not even the good fertilizer. It's the fertilizer you can go and buy from Zeki's. What? Oh, also, hi carrot cake. And yeah, the only good thing here is the 3 signs. Like tier 2, sure, I will give that the 20 speedy grow if it works now. I have no idea if Speedy Grow Fertilizer actually works now or not. Last that I heard, Speedy Grow Fertilizer was bugged and did not work. Okay. So for the tier 1, you can go and buy that. Like 40 gold gets you 20 of that fertilizer. So how are they gonna like incentivize players to like come and do this or increase their jam production with not even 120 gold? Yeah, that's the other thing too. I love that like they released a hotfix for the Ruby. Now that everyone and their grandmothers was talking about it, um, I mean, I just found out about it on Saturday because people don't talk to me about exploits. Which fair. I've just come to terms with that. Uh, and apparently it's been around for a while, but they like just now fixed it because people were talking about it. Funny enough, bugs for the prizes. Yeah, that would be nice. Like, there has never been a, like, the group bonus for the balloon pop has never worked properly. And it's like any bug that is like negatively impacting players' progression, they just like wholesale ignore. Or they just completely drag their heels on it. Fiddlesticks. But someone mentioned earlier in the stream that someone had posted about the Ruby bug back in September. Apparently. I didn't see that post, so cannot. Yeah. Someone posted in the... Okay, that explains why I didn't see it, because it was in the Palia Discord. Let me turn the music back on. But what was I saying? Because... Oh, okay. Mama Sugar says, I get that it's a free game and they need to make money, but spend the same amount of time fixing bugs as they come out for skins, outfits, pets, etc. Which I definitely agree. Mainly because they do seem to spend a disproportionate amount of time on the premium content, which, again, I understand that they need to make money. I really do. However, even the premium content that they're bringing out has issues. And I'm talking about like the landscapes. And they're puking those out at like lightning, like at a breakneck pace. And I mean, I've stopped purchasing them a long time ago. Unfortunately, other people have continued to purchase them, so I'm one tiny dragon. My tiny boycott doesn't really add up to much. I do always say to people, if the most effective way to get the point across to S6 is to vote with your wallet. If you're not a fan of the outfits, don't purchase them. If you're not a fan of how they've been releasing premium or releasing decor exclusively in landscapes and not putting them in the game, vote with your wallet. Don't buy the landscapes. That's what I've been doing. And I do get that it does require in some cases, suppressing a little bit of FOMO. And in this case, I am talking about the Halloween landscape that they brought out and are just like, this is only available in October. The second they said that, I'm just like, I don't agree with that type of marketing tactic. You're not getting my money. Also, the amount of premium decor in that landscape. So they did not get my money. And as a note, I'm perfectly comfortable making these critiques about, at what many people point out, a free-to-play game, because I have paid more into Palia, or put more into Palia than I have in like most MMOs that are not free to play. Yeah, I'm with you too on that, Mama. That, you know, you get a very, very small amount, not really every month from Twitch. It's kind of slowed down, so I get it every second month if I'm lucky, from Twitch, depending on how things go. You need to make like a minimum of $50 for Twitch to pay you out. So, and I normally hit that, like, yeah, that's what I heard. My roommate used to stream on Twitch, and when he heard that it was like a minimum of $50 for affiliates, he was just like, wait, what? And I was just like, yeah. So and that money should all go to your stream to grow. In what way? Out of curiosity. I'm intrigued mainly because I'm obviously doing something wrong when it comes to Twitch. But in that, Automatic Tiny Dragon got started a little bit on the late side today. So the ads are coming up pretty soon. in which case I will be switching to the Be Right Back screen, so anyone that isn't subscribed doesn't miss anything, and I can take this moment to, well, go grab some more cold meds. See you pretty shortly. Okay. Thank you for that last bit of advice, because that definitely makes me feel better. Um, since I'm only in, I just started year 2. Um, it It might say that my channel is a bit older, but that's just because I did one stream of like Final Fantasy 14 forever and a day ago. And it, you know, I did it on a whim, and anyways, it went about as well as you'd think it would for someone that had no experience and did not promote it well, because I was just as good at promoting then as I am now. I'm bad at it. So I did see that we have a visitor on our plot. But I mean, it was a nice dip, I guess, into the foray of streaming. But, I mean, it's all good. I will never say no to advice. Whether or not I remember to, you know, take it is another matter. Actually, that being said, I did want to, like, oh, thank you. I appreciate you. I need to run to town for more seeds. But I wanted to write down your advice on a sticky note for myself. But I definitely am gonna I'm definitely gonna mention that metric to my roommate, because he asked me how, like where my stream was at, and he made it seem like my stream was not or my streaming was not as far along as it should be. And I was just like, okay. And he's known for like doing a lot of research, so that being said, he hasn't been a Twitch streamer. Be yourself. That, I will admit, is something I struggle with, not just in streaming, but on a daily basis. And that's mainly just the concept of like masking and not doing that. I used to have a very different outlook when I was younger. What did I used to say? I used to say, I am who I am and the world can deal with it. I have no idea when that changed. I think actually probably was when I like became an adult. Like I think everyone like has that defining time. I have no idea when it actually happened, but like when you are kind of like vaguely immature, and then you kind of convert to the societal norms of adulthood. And that's kind of when, if I had to like put a litmus test or not sure what I'm trying to say here, but if I had to like pin down when that it happened, probably was in that transition. So okay, we definitely need more corn seeds. When you hit 50, you told yourself that people just had to deal with you, and feelings be darned. Oh, see you, Lady L. Morning, Darcy. Thanks so much for the resub. Much love. 17 months. 17 months. Help everyone math. 18? 18 is a year, is 1.5? Yeah, okay. I think I made the 1.5 badge. I want to like... Wait, your country won't let you resub? Or your country won't let you sub? That's weird. I was pretty sure that Canada was friends with most places. Oh, that's terrifying. Oh. No. I'm Canada. That's why I said. Yeah. Yeah. I'm Canadian. Yeah. Kazakhstan. I mean, yeah, that works too. I think of what other ones I've heard. Kazakhstan. Yeah. At a point, we were both owned by the British. That is weird because, like I have, I have a subscriber who is like in Bermuda? Yeah. Other side of Lake Erie? Ohio. Round in the beginning. Up in the middle. Round at the end. Been mining for days trying to finish this fence. Oh, hey. I forgot that they fixed... They fixed party loot, didn't they? I didn't test it yet. I'm also trying to do heckin' resource management and failing because that time of the day. Hey, Poet. Or Ragtag. How's your day going, hon? I feel that's so hard, lady. It's not that people wouldn't mind with me. It's more that just like have to accept that. Accept the help that's offered, you know. Yeah. As a note, I'm not doing this because of that silly event thing. I literally do have preserving as part of my rotation. Of course. Nice. Right. Gosh darn it. Well, on the plus side, it isn't the next day yet, so our planting isn't going to be offset. You just got done playing for a bit and about to get up and do some adulting. Oof. Sorry to hear that. How am I? I'm sick. I'm very sick. And so I'm kind of high on cold medicine. So today's gonna be a fun day. I have no idea if the tone landed there, but or if that was the right tone to use for the moment, but you know, that's the kind of day it is. Um, oh, what impeccable timing. 25 seconds. Um, right, I wanted to get one more room. You could just literally just so I could have an even amount. And literally no other reason. It bugs me that I have 21 rooms. There we go. I don't know why the auto captions put the word period when I didn't say that. There was a lot of emphasis in that sentence. And I guess it felt the need to put period. Okay. Could you please? There we go. Oh, no wonder my storage is full. You guys are amazing. Good time zone, Drake Lance. Yes, I'm down. Once I plant my onions, that's not a euphemism. I've literally been trying to do that for... I have no idea how long. It's been a while. As long as I can remember. I've been trying to plant these onions for 84 years. So many gems in mining yesterday. Interesting. Oh, speaking of which. Doing that confirmation bias. Dance. And on your WhatsApp. What? I don't know what to say to that. Except what the heck? WhatsApp? Oh, okay. That makes so much more sense. Then I'm sorry. That was very insensitive of me. I'm so confused. I thought it was like a some type of like AI typo thing. Okay. Wait, you didn't know that, Drake Lance? Yeah, yeah. Although that being said, I am finding that more and more people are unaware of that. The little things that people don't really think of for some reason. kind of like that one stream a week or two ago, I want to say, where we saw that we could like split piles in our inventory by using like the Control or plus key. And I was just like, I was today old when I found this out. Yeah, let's... That way we can just like forget about it for a while. Of course they take iron. No. That's not what I'm referring to. So specifically on the PC, let me turn on my visualizer for this. This is much more relevant to PC instead of Switch, because it is much easier on Switch to split piles, because you guys can literally just like spam Y and it'll split your pile for you. Whereas like for anyone on PC, we need to go boop, split stack, boop, split stack. It is a process and a half. However, if you go into your safe storage, or not safe storage, but just your box, then you hold shift, and you go and you click, like you're dragging it in. And then if you want to take one out of a stack, you'll... Apparently I don't have control on the visualizer anymore. Darn it. You hold control. Or wait. Apparently not. Apparently control does the same thing. Never mind. I could have swore that control did a singular one. Oh, does this... Oh, it only works in the lockbox. That's interesting. So that's why I didn't know about this. I feel less bad about it because it only works in the lockbox. It only works in the lockbox and it only works with shift. So I'm assuming that this is probably a bug. Or, yeah, bug slash glitch. But some of you out there are probably wondering, why would I ever want this kind of dragon? Well, there's this thing called overflow farming that is amazing. Although I should... hello? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm on my way to Bahari now. Or, I guess, not. Oh, okay. Well, I did not need to bring this then. We will just follow Mama. I mean, we still could pop an ore compass so we feel less like we're cheating. Where is Mama? There's Darcy. I mean, personally, I don't really care. I will neither confirm nor to. Okay. Oh, the server's full. Okay, then in that case, I will party. I don't know where let's let's converge on the last person who got here. So let's go to Darcy. Oh no, wait, Darcy's already with me. Here. Invite. Invite. In the meantime, we're going to put on something that's a little bit more suitable for mining. There, that works. Oh, wait. We should probably put on a hat. Yeah. There. What the heck? Luminous. Darcy's here. Oh, and Sugar's here. Wunderbar. Hey, and Sugar is wearing the Dragon Dancer. Fantastic. Okay, so... yeah, we're gonna want to go like that. We're gonna... Alright, we ready to go? Or is everybody here? Wait. Who's down there? Darcy, where are you going? Currently, I mean, we can go wherever. Like, we're just following Sugar Addict for the most part, but let's converge on, or let's meet up with Darcy, and then, or, yeah, I guess Darcy just come to us. Okay, sweet, no. Okay, almost back. Sweet. Here we go. On to the next one. Sweet, let's go. Yee. Sure. Oh, buggo. Now we have silk. Oh, no. Boop. Trigger. That's always a funny one. Hey, the star quality garnet. Buggo. Got him. I don't know if you guys were close enough for that one, but I got the bug. Bug. Hey, big one. Hmm? Wait. Question? Mark? So confused. Oh, okay. Okay. Jeez, even with a party, this is painful as heck. That one, we finally get a double loot and it's on a small node. Oh, feels bad. Oh, no, yeah, you're good. Huh? Smash. That hurts. Our double loot on the medium node was the same amount as the double loot on the small node. Did we get double? I mean, fair enough. I guess double garnets is a thing. Wait, sorry, I saw the stars and I started following the wrong person. Thanks a lot, ADHD. Thanks for being a friend. They had the same nameplate as Darcy. We already hit that one, Sugar, so go ahead. Yeah. Dana? Dana? There's a medium one right here. Okay. Decline. You obviously see something. I do not. Oh, you killed it? You knocked that one out already? Okay. We marked that one already. Ladybugs! But of course. No plush. Can't remember what someone said in chat to refer to like a drop with no plush, but I think they called it an empty. I was just like, yeah, guess that's makes sense. kind of apt. That's part of the reason why I've been like hanging back of like finishing off the nodes, is because Lady Luminous has I mean, I call them the tilt over tools. Because they look like the they look like they're from League of Legends. They look like Hex Tech. That's what I meant. They look like Hex Tech. And so when she like finishes off a node, there's like the damage numbers. I mean, I never played that game. That's highly toxic and damaged, or gave me so many self-worth issues. Oh, so did I. And, what's worse, I was a support main. So I got a lot of abuse. Oh yeah. Lady Luminous said in party chat that they were also a support main, so they understand the support abuse that is in League of Legends. Because if something goes wrong in bot lane, it's your fault, apparently. Your ADC could run face first into the opposing team after like missing every one of their farm, and they could die, and somehow it could be your fault. And it's just like, why didn't you go in? And it's just like, because you're behind, like, in like 2-to-1 in farm. You don't even have your first item yet. Why did you go in? I have more gold than you right now. But yeah. Oh, League of Legends. Common bark cicada. Why is that taking up an inventory slot? I'm just kidding. Actually, common bark cicada is one of those bugs that I have always meant to get more of, only because the flower that they give is one that I don't have many seeds of. So, yeah. What's going on, everybody? Okay, we're this way. But yeah, the only time I ever like, and I was perpetually stuck in bronze as well in League of Legends. The only time I like ever made any actual progress to like getting out of bronze was when I like stopped being a support main and switched to being a top laner. Or no, top laner? Either top laner or a mid laner for a bit. And then I finally started to claw my way to bronze. Right, yeah. I think it would depend on, like, if we were playing ranked or not. If we were playing ranked, I'd play mid lane, I think. I think I did do top lane for a while when, like, Aurelia was really good. She was my main top laner. And Fiora before her rework. But then they reworked Fiora, and I just was like, and then yeah, then they reworked Aurelia, and I was just like, okay. Do you want to rework any other champions I like to play? Could you make Gnar better, please? They didn't, at least to my knowledge. I loved playing Gnar. I never played him in ranked because I was bad. But he made me so happy to play him because he was so cute. And I would play Gnar with, like, my friends. But, and we would all have, like, our laptops together in the same room. And we'd just be playing normal, and I'd pick Gnar, and it was just like, oh, we're gonna lose. And I'm just like, thanks for the vote of confidence. And they're just like, well, are we wrong? And they're just like, well, at least I'm gonna have fun. And I'm gonna be heckin' adorable while doing it. I mean, kinda. But I mean, my favorite thing about Gnar was, like, when Gnar worked, he really worked. So, like, if you got, like if your team was chasing and you got, like, the double bounce off of your team, and then as you were transforming, and then you just, like, shoved the enemy team or just, like, one person into a wall, it was amazing, and it felt so good. And my favorite was always when I got, like, the unintentional kill steal, and my friends were just like, why do you keep chaosing? And just like, I don't mean to, I'm just trying to get my rage bar up. Or you're, like, not paying attention to where your stacks are with your one ability, so you, like, had auto attacked, and then you threw your Q out, and so your Q did, like, this massive amount of burst damage, and it's just like, oops. And it's just like, stop pretending like you're not doing this on purpose. It's just like, do you guys really think I'm that good? And they're just like, well, no. And it's just like, then. Darcy's around the corner. Because I got lost in my thoughts. Hey, look at that. Shiny. Literally. Really? Hmm. Hmm. Rock. There we go. Okay. And I just now realized, Darcy, that you meant in game. Okay. There's only so many times I can blame the cough syrup before it's just me. Oh, okay. Anyone need to dump? I mean, I've been overflow farming this entire time, so I'm good. But if anybody else needs to turn and burn or run back, now would be the time. Well, that being said, where is Bash? I wish we could like it would be very nice if the pets that we have purchased, and this system is already in the game, just as a note, because the cosmetic items that you purchase go from being in the bottom, all mixed together, to the top in the wardrobe. However, when I go into the pet system, we need to like scroll through. And it's just like part of me is wondering if it's them trying, like, if it's like a psychological tactic to like, you need to scroll through all of them so you see all of them. And it's just like, oh, okay, now that I've seen them, maybe I'll want them. And it's just like, not gonna work on this dragon. But on that note, it is just about time for the next self-care break. Boop. We're just gonna restart automatic tiny dragon so the timer is actually proper. But we will be switching to the Be Right Back screen, and so we will take our break. We'll see everybody in a few minutes. Much love. Alright, now we're back, everybody. Thank you for the welcome back. And where is our... There's our lockbox. Yes, I did kind of forget that the more efficient way of doing this while mining is to actually do it like this. So there we go. Oh, which I didn't even think of that. Because yeah, I have like 23. Let me put this one in the lockbox. So yeah, Luminous, if you want to put up requests, I can send you some cave caps as well. Because at least last I checked, you can still send fully grown flowers. The other person gets seeds. Cool. Oh, okay. Sugar also filled one of them, so I must have only filled one of the orders. I was so confused there for a second. I was just like, you what? Hmm. Okay. Oh, sugar. I forgot to set on all of the iron to... I don't know why I did this for smelting. Because it's a day. It's been a day. Oh, which, yeah. We had an Angelina Angelina Jolie moment. So, nope, no one. You'll see. Yeah, I woke up yesterday and I just hated everything. I just absolutely hated everything. So yeah, this project is restarted officially. Might just do a like a landscape because it's it's the 21st. So we have like 10 days till Halloween. Sorry, I'm just trying to be strategic here with my that was weird. Fiddlesticks. You've been trying to work on your Winterlights thing and nothing works for you? Now, do you mean that like nothing works for you in like an aesthetic sense or in like a literal sense? In either case, mood. But I'm just curious. Aesthetic? Yeah, right? Everything just looks a little wrong. No matter how I try and flip things, everything just looks a little wrong. And I'm just like, feels like no matter what I do with these parts, everything just looks a little off. And there's no other way I can really say it or explain it except with that. And then, yeah, the fact that glitching has been there's been a steady decline in our glitching toolbox has not been great. That is very understandable. And, you know, after we finish mining, if you would like any help with, like, glitching, that the main thing I do here. Which I'm not sure if I ever taught anyone this, but I've been meaning to. This is how you overflow fish. And you can totally do this on console. I tested it the other day. And funny enough, it's actually easier on console. Because they just have a button. Oops. They just have a button that splits the stack. However, we have a hotkey that opens our bag. So it's like 6 to 1, half dozen the other. Oh, wait. It's a good thing we didn't get that first fish. Well. There we go. That's how you overflow fish. Nope, we're mining. Sorry. I wanted to show people a trick I figured out a while back, but forgot to share. Or have been forgetting to share anyway. Boop. I'm so lost. Oops. Yay. Are we catching snails now? What? Or we need to head to FF? I am so confused. Oh, Flooded Fortress. Okay. Sure. Sorry. It's been it's been a while since I have heard people use the shorthand for Bahari Bay. Everybody just has been using coordinates for so long. That I just kind of short-circuited. Oh my gosh. Okay. I will follow you. Oh my gosh, if I didn't hit the thing, that would be nice. Are we climbing? Ooh, shiny. No. Biscuits. The heck happened back there? Oh, okay. Sorry, everybody. No idea how I missed that bag. Okay, good to go. It was a good run. Try south. Sure. The clusters are fairly decent. There's a fair bit of like up and down. And like Havel mines are like annoying as heck. But aside from that, and that's mainly because like you can't tell like which, like on which vertical level the nodes are. So you are left to either check them all or just ignore it entirely. Big iron. Hey, finally! Took long enough for a double and a large. That was nice. Then from here, I will follow. I have no idea why I was leading. I apologize. Darcy. Which way are we all here? Okay. Onward. There's a... Bonnie. How do I... Oh. No, it's just a cicada. Oy. Oh. Please no. Please no. Low growths are like one of the things in this game that I'm just like, I see and I go in the opposite direction. Because I'm just like, this is where people will be soon. This is where I should not be. Where are you? There you go. Did that in chat say... Huh. I don't think I've ever actually seen them in game. Or, I mean, I don't know if that is the Vesper I'm thinking of. I doubt it. Hey, he's a big one. But yeah, if you guys want flow wood, I have trees. I have a lot of trees. We could have a cutting party. I'm not sure how many I still have in storage, but there's a fair bit. Oh, you're grabbing iron and gold. Okay, that makes more sense. Oh, okay. Oh, sugar. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, Lady Luminous said, oh, really? Lady Luminous said, all she knows is that it's almost 3 a.m. and she needs to RTB hunt. I mean, Madame Darcy, Auntie, you said there's a metric ton of iron. I need that. I follow. Or wait, is it a metric ton or is it an imperial ton? Listen, I think I'm hilarious. And as a note, no, I don't know which one's heavier. I just find it funny that they both use the same. Almost at the same unit of measurement, but it's not. It's the same word to denote their unit of measurement. So, yeah. And now I'm going back and reading what you put in, and you actually did say a metric ton. I did not know that there were people besides myself and my boyfriend who used that as a comedic device. Like to the point where like our one roommate got mad at us. Wait, Luminous, where are you? What? I'm confused. What? Why did... Why did Luminous say the bad words? Okay, I guess we're following them now. Okay. Follow the luminous, I guess. Maybe. They're on a mission. Or are you just on? Are you just trying to find RTBs? Oh, okay. I thought you had found one, and I was like, do you know something I don't, ma'am? Okay. Ooh, that's a nope. Where is? Sure. There's sugar addict. Thank you. I got lost. What? Okay. Kiwi. I guess we can help by getting the butterflies. I just don't. I always feel weird just jumping into people's lures. There we go. But we just are here making the blue butterfly cycle. It's not as bad. As we're just trying to help the health of the lure. The heck? How, oh, because they put down another lure. I just want. Damn. All the fucking bags so we can get out of dodge. Okay, Ah, there's another one. Have we given up on mining? I didn't bring honey lures or smoke candles. I didn't bring this stuff for bug catching, basically. Fair enough. That being said, I'm not really in a position to say no to gold income. If they didn't see a RTB in the first lure, don't waste your time. I mean, I have no idea if they did or didn't. I haven't really been paying attention one way or the other. For all I know, they could have seen one. But I'm assuming, I mean, that's based on what? Is it just a bad server or something? I mean, that's fair. And sorry, what I should have said is, like, would you recommend that people, like, wait until the next in-game hour, swap servers? That's more what I... It's after 6. Do they not spawn after 6? I mean, I'm gonna run home so I can... Yeah. They're supposed to spawn until 6 a.m. Or, I mean, 6 p.m., not 6 a.m. Oh. I mean, fair enough. I still... I don't know. The amount of confirmation bias behind the milkshake method. I mean, you can say that, but I mean, in the same vein, I can say that my having an empty... What's the one? Oh, the cave cap. Having an empty lockbox increases your loot luck chances. Works because I notice a increased in it. But so the milkshake method is something that was coined by another streamer by the name of Bong Chu. And it is the naming of it comes from the old song, my milkshake brings out the voice of the yard. Now, this is why it's kind of rooted in confirmation bias, because the method states that if there is a rainbow tip butterfly already on the server that you are on, you will be more like there's an increased chance that rainbow tip butterflies will spawn from honey lures. And it does not matter that every single data miner has gone through the code with a fine-tooth comb and cannot find anything in and cannot find anything in the code. Every single data miner has gone through the code and cannot find anything that supports this claim. So that's great. I'm just saying that there is no to draw a ridiculous parallel. Like, there are people that claim that faith healing works. I'm just saying, and like it's not a bad thing to have like confirmation bias. It's when the toxic behavior comes out, because it always will. And there has been a lot of toxic behavior that I've seen come out of people trying to do these server takeovers, which, as a note to anyone that has done a server takeover, depending on how cordial or nice you are about it, is against terms of service, because you are harassing other players in game. Look at the end user license agreement. It is in there. Harassing other players in game is against it. So if you start BMing players in server chat, you are breaking the terms of service. And that is the other reason why the milkshake phenomenon is it could work, it could be a thing if people were less people-like. And if people were nicer, or not even nicer, but if they were kinder, because it definitely shows that difference between being kind and being nice. Because you can be nice, but to be kind to people is a whole different thing. sorry for that rant. Just like, I've heard some of the like horror stories, and they are horrid. Especially when like people talk about how nice and how cozy the Paleo community is, and I'm just like, you obviously haven't heard about this sect of the Paleo community that's out here doing this stuff. And the thing is, and this is why I'm getting so worked up, is because that's how you get players to quit your game. That's how you lose players. That's how your player base dies. Because it's like, why would I play a game where someone is treating me like Karen from work? I get that from 9 to 5. I don't need it in the evening. So, I mean, I don't engage with players enough for them to do that to me. Because the second, like it's happened when I'm on stream that like while I'm like decorating, people will be like, hey, can people peace out of this server because I'm having a cooking party? Like, that happens, but also, I'm also just cognizant about like, when people start talking about a cooking party starting, I'm just like, I know what's coming. So they don't even need to ask me to leave. I just... Which, cooking party people are at least usually nice about it. And like, it's not like it's that hard to like leave out your front gate and come back in. That's all you have to do. And that much. And you actually, you don't even have to do that. Now that I think about it, you don't even have to do that. If you go to your friends list, find somebody who has this little plus, and you just join one of their servers. Then you don't even have to leave your party, or you don't even have to leave your plot. So, that being said, I do kind of agree with Mama that like, because even those I have seen get a little bit toxic because they aren't always cordial, but they, yeah. If it is definitely one of those, like, you get what you give, right? But then again, I was raised with like you don't forget your please or your thank yous. So, no, no, no. Sell. The cicada. I mean, while that is what people think, there's a difference between being kind slash being kind, being nice, and being polite. Because you can politely tell someone to go themselves. Whereas like kindness or being nice would be asking the person I don't even know what my point is here. I'm too high on cough medicine to have a point. What are we doing now? Good question. I've just kind of been setting things on to refine. At the moment, these are all storage boxes. Okay. Well, that being said, I mean, I have not successfully made that, Aaron. I mean, that being, I suppose to answer your question, Mama, it would depend if we were already eating or not. Like if we already like had our food, and like and changing tables would literally just be us like picking up our drinks and like moving to a different table, then sure. And yeah, if they asked nicely. But also in that case, it wouldn't, I also know that it wouldn't be the people asking, it would be the server. But also, there could be some rude servers. And yeah, if the server was rude to me, absolutely not. But that's a whole other thing. In any case, I will see everybody shortly. Mom, are you okay? I feel like I need to scroll up a bit. Okay. I come back and I see in chat and just like I go through more keyboards that way, and I like scroll up a little bit and I see what looks like throws her keyboard. I'm just like, what's going on here? I feel like there are things that are happening and I'm worried. um no, fair enough. Hmm. Oh, okay. That's okay then. Sorry, I um I used to have a roommate who did literally on occasion they had anger issues. Um so yeah, it's kind of why I was just like, oh, okay, they throw their keyboard, okay. Just as long as they don't hit people, it's okay. Huh. Yeah, I mean, it's more that I try not to judge people, so I'm just like, that was okay. I'm sure she's fine. I hope. But I do appreciate the clarification. Yeah, let's put our actual work outfit on. We should start some type of like, not really betting pool, but I don't know. For like guessing what is coming out in the next patch. Because personally, I haven't a heckin' clue. After what this last patch was, I haven't the foggiest. I mean, I guess we could just do this. Oh, wait, no. Me too. Me too. And a lot of it, for me anyway, is they still are very bad with their they have a community manager now, yet their communication skills still suck. Like the fact that the community manager doesn't know what the plan is, and that like whenever I'm asking things, like the wording I have to use is, could you go ask the team about X or Y? So if only I just I took apart my tiny hoard because I want to redo it. But now we're having storage issues because, of course. Yeah, that's probably. Yeah. I am always poor. Lately, I have been always poor in this game. Since the alchemist stuff came out. Log. Cabin. There we go. You just want to be able to build like me? That's fair. What kind of glitches are you familiar with? Because the glitches that I use, for the most part, are very basic. Like, they just look impressive. The theory behind them is very basic. Infant? Okay. This is always the interesting thing, is like, where do we start? Because glitching is such a broad topic, which in that case, thank you for not coming in here. I will start off by saying thank you for not coming into the stream and saying the exact phrase that I have had on multiple occasions. Can you teach me how to glitch? Because that comes up with a Tiny Dragon 404 message. Because there's so much... I mean, it's not rude. It's a fair question. It is a fair question. Because there are people that get sent here, and I do run this as like a help desk. However, when people come here, I expect them to have like a little bit more of like a goal in mind. And the reason why a 404 message comes up across my, like, in my brain is because so much information gets drawn up when the question is asked, can you teach me how to glitch? Because that brings up like all of the glitching information in regards to Palia. So I'm just like, okay. I guess. And I will, and also I will be, to be fair, like not, I guess a beginner's guide is something that I have been meaning to do for a very long time. I'm glad I didn't do it, because I would now need to redo that beginner guide due to due to like one of the beginner glitches that I would have taught in that beginner guide changing drastically. And of course, I'm talking about bumping, which now only works on the ground. And it's like that's the only place you can perform bumps. But I will say that if I do something on the stream that you find cool or that you would like to learn, please feel free to ask. Please feel free to say, would you mind teaching me how to do that? I would love to learn how to do what you just did. I'm trying to think of like an example. It's very seldom that anyone has actually taken me up on that offer because I give that offer freely. But it's very, very seldom that anyone has ever stopped me and been like, hey, could you? One thing you've been interested in is putting wallpapers or roofs to other places. Okay, so those, sadly, are two very different things. Only because they involve, like, you can put, it's really weird. So you can put walls and floors, for the most part, aside from like one place, onto like the roof. However, at least to my knowledge at the moment, you can't go you can't put roofing to walls or floors without using a glitch called obstacle flicking, which sadly is a PC only glitch. How many more of these? I knew I should have just palletized these. You are on PC. That does make it a little bit easier. Although that being said, the reason why I bring that up is if you are a beginner to glitching, obstacle flicking is not something you should start with. I cannot stress that enough. There was a content creator that I saw who did like, I can't remember if it was a series or, and it might just be that they misnamed the series that they did. And instead of calling it the beginners series, they should have called it like Glitching Essentials, which would have been a much more apt name. And in like Glitching Essentials, I definitely would have included flicking, but I would not have included it in a series involved in a series for beginners. Never in a million years. I cannot stress that enough. When you are first starting out, personally, it's really easy to start with like float glitches, because those are fun, and for the most part they're really impressive. You can do a lot with them. That also being said, like 90% of my work is done using group select glitches. which is done with the builder's crates. And the reason why I do a lot of my work using group select is because it's a very simple concept to pick up. Kind of like math. You have to build your skills on the previous math theory. Yes. In glitching, there kind of, if we think of it kind of like a taxonomy, I think is what it is when you're like classifying animals. Because there are different ways that you can float things. You can because the way that like Magi here is floating, I did by using a float glitch called item cancellation. And that is done, and it is, you'll see why it's called item cancellation in a hot second. I don't know why I didn't type the full name. There we go. And it's because the way to activate the float is by, sorry, let me turn on my visualizer. There we go. So this is how you, like, everyone knows this. This is a normal movement. You move it from point A by using your right click, or sorry, your left click. It always and as a note, if anyone is curious as to why I always mess up left and right click, it's because you do it with your right hand. So that's why I always mess it up. Just tiny note. So yeah, you use your left click to engage the move action, and you move it over here. And the normal move action finishes by pressing your left click again. Now, an item cancellation is when we move it from point A to point B. Now, instead of finishing the move with our left click again, we're going to press our number key that has a decor item on it. And that's why it's referred to as an item cancellation, because we cancel the movement with an item. And when this item is in a state such as this, then we place something on top of it. Just for argument's sake, we'll place Magi up here. Actually, no, we won't. We'll place a table because we have a lot of those. Now our table gets placed on, and it moves the distance that we moved our stone crates. It's even easier to visualize when you literally just use crates. Instead of tables. So if we go point A, point B, perform our item cancellation, and then we attach a crate. Right here. So it's attached. And now you can activate your float by just picking it up, or not picking up, by engaging your move action and placing it down in the same locale. And this can be done with any item, really. If you go from a low elevation to a high elevation, engage your item cancellation, place your crate. It will float both the horizontal distance and the vertical distance. Now, this is where a lot of people get stuck. Because they either learn sinking or they learn floating, and then they're just like, okay, now I have to learn a whole different glitch. You actually don't. Because sinking and floating are actually the same glitch, or at least they use the same one, because they're both a part of that item cancellation glitch. We're just going in a different direction. So if we go high elevation to low elevation, engage the item cancellation, add our crate, which we can kind of cheat with when we use, or when we do it like this. We can pick up the surface that we were using for the high elevation, we can place it back in the same locale, and that engages our sink. Another thing I forgot to mention, if at any point I lose you, because I do tend to go quite quickly, please let me know. There's a high chance, and not just for you, Mama, anyone else out there, if I am doing an example and I lose anybody during the example is not effective if people don't understand it. And I'm very guilty of skipping steps. Something I'm trying very hard to not do. So kind of. It depends on the situation, if I'm perfectly honest. Especially now that we're moving into like we just lost that bump glitch that I mentioned, which with bumping, there was something that was called rotational bumping that you could do that we can't anymore. And that was a very important glitch. So now, even more so, it's this. What was bumping? Here. It will be, it's a little hard to, I'll try my best. I think you can still do it with Spring Fever Rocks. As I mention, it only works on the ground still, for the most part. So what you used to be able to do before this, not this current patch, but the patch before, is you could, it's not as bumped, but it's a little bumped. Now, so you see how those rocks are like stacked one on top of the other? And we can take these rocks out from underneath the other set. And now these rocks are ever so slightly elevated. And that is a bump. It's kind of like the float glitch that we just did, except on a very minute and minuscule scale. And it used to, or it was very important for a few things, but for one thing in particular. Sorry, just waiting for it to load. It was very important, and it was actually integral for the creation of terrarium arches and aquarium archways. Yeah, that's how you achieve that look. So this entire piece here was done using that glitch. Yeah. So now that this like smooth edge on the outside. It's not even actually, it's not perfectly smooth. But, in any case, I did release a, or not, I haven't released a tutorial of it yet, but I did a demonstration last stream that I put up on YouTube on how you can achieve the rotational arc, or how you can do rotational floats. But on a very minute scale, and how to do it repeatedly. But that's where we get into like where my expertise in Palia lies, which is more in the application and combination of glitching techniques. So what is the one with the plants? That is made, believe it or not, it's made of, my brain's short-circuiting. Excuse. What's going on here? That was made using builder's pillars. There we go. Not sure why my brain decided that moment to glitch out. And not in a good way. But yeah, they're interconnected builder's pillars in a hatch grid or a hatch pattern. However, this is where we get into that application and combination of glitches, because the like greenery that you see all throughout, that was done by syncing the Bahari nettle plant into the pillar. I think each pillar has 2 Bahari nettles. Yeah, there's one on the top, and then there should be one on the bottom. Although that being said, if I was to make this again, I feel like there might be a simpler way of doing it, although maybe not. It might just be more simplistic to just do the sinks, because all I did was I had all of the pillars laid out. Then I sunk all the pillars at the same time, placed out all of the I placed out all of the Bahari nettles. Is something to remember with when syncing something is that when you sync something, if the something that you sync has other things on top of it that have placeable surfaces, the other things also get prepped for a sink and or float. So if we, for example, place 2 crates up here, just for argument's sake. And then we drop it down to the ground, perform our item cancellation. Both of these crates now are prepped for a sink. We can activate the sink by grabbing the base crate. And we see that the walls have now sunk in to the crates the distance that we dropped the floor. And that's basically what I did with all of the pillars. So I had them laid out on flooring, then I dropped down the floor. So it was a much it's one of those things that like looks really complicated, but in all actuality it wasn't. Which the setup would have looked something like this. All right, Aaron. That actually would be awesome. I would love to see that. Mainly because the like bay windows on the Alchemist is something that I haven't had the energy to attempt. So I would love to see that. But yeah, we can connect when I'm not live. And yeah, this is and yeah, this is how easy we're talking. So we have pillar. And when we drop our crate from the top to the bottom, that drops something down to the bottom of here. And now if we just do the next one, sure, it goes to the middle. So yeah. And yeah, you're probably, or not probably, you're definitely right. That it's one of those things that like, very often I'm not just guilty of like skipping steps. I'm also guilty of like downplaying what I do. Don't ask me why, but maybe it's because I want people to think, or like, I want it to seem accessible, because I don't know. I would like to think that anyone can do what I do. All it takes is practice. However, I also do need to remember that it can come across as arrogant when you're just like, oh yeah, all you need to do is do this and do that, and then do a backflip. You can't do that? So, yeah. I mean, I think there is, or was, and I mean, there is the bed in game now. We can do that. I'm sure there's probably some way we can make that into a backflip. Yeah, I don't know either. It's one of those things where I oh yes, thank you. Yeah. I don't know why they invested time into that per se when there are other things that. Right, I actually meant to check. Hold please, because there was a list the developers released back in 2023 of interactable things that they were working on. This is going to take me a hot second because I have to press a lot of load mores to get to it. And then I have to remember exactly which one it was. I'm wondering if it was a dev update, maybe. Improvements to the workbench. Okay, this is where they mention the kneeling emote. Hey, Akira. It's going pretty good. How are you doing? Or, well, it's going. Right. Working and chilling, stumbling in here. Pally category. Oh, you like the vibe? Right on. I'm not sure why it always surprises me when people say they like it. Maybe it's because I always think I'm spicier than I am. I just imagine myself as this little rage monster. Ugh. I'll have to find this later. Maybe. Oh, Bob, I mean, he did have a very soothing voice. So I will take that and run. So thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. I'm trying to remember when they would have mentioned it. It would have been when opening cabinets. So let's. I didn't want that. Control F. Open. Okay, so that was in 170. So I'm close. I'm close in my hunt. I mean, unless they like scrubbed it, which I would not be surprised. There has been several times that they've like gone through like older updates and like removed things, and yet they leave some things in, and it's just like, huh, didn't realize that's still in there. I mean, if I go through each thing and theoretically search like open drawer, eventually it'll pop up with something, because that's what one of the things that was on the list was like opening drawers. This is going to bug me to no end. Trying to think of like what other things were on that list though. It was mostly opening drawers that I bet I've been waiting for opening drawers for so long. Because, you know, I like to put things in places and I like to organize things. Hashtag don't be suspicious. Now the age-old conundrum, do we waste EXP? It's the old forgetting to cook tax. Ooh, 149. I'm definitely glad that we did eat. Or 159, jeez. Yeah, I had a feeling that our tomatoes were done. Ooh. Oh dear. Come on. Hopefully we get ones, or we need to get lucky with. Here we go, let's see if our RNG is better now. Oh, for sure. Feel free to. Pretty much if if it's open, or I forget it open, feel free to come over. Hey, we got it. We hit one seed. If I am needing to, like, focus up, I'll just block it. Fiddlesticks. Did this again. 2 tomato seeds. I guess we could open some Zeki balls. See if we get lucky with those. That's fair. And it's appreciated, by the way. I suppose, or we could just grow cabbage for one cycle. Absolute anarchy. Right. Hopefully your work goes well. And thank you so much for choosing to stick around. It's greatly appreciated. I have to admit, Miss Mandy, that's a new one. But good morn after. I'm assuming that's just supposed to be a portmanteau of all three. I love it. Good morn after night. Or I feel like evening should be somewhere in there, shouldn't it? If we're covering all of our bases. In any case, how's your day going, hon? Which... Okay, we are friends. Brittle. That was also meant for another chat. Fair enough. And yeah, I'm with Mama that I try my best to go with good time zone, but yeah. I also forget on occasion, and then I'm just like, good morning to the people who are just getting home from work. My day's been good. It's been eventful. We did a lot of mining this morning. And now we're just doing gardening before attempting to figure out what we're going to do on our Halloween plot. Because we kind of destroyed it. But that being said, Automatic Tiny Dragon is kind of getting mad at me and telling me to go take a break. So I'm going to go do that quickly. I'll see everybody in a few minutes. Much love, everybody. All right, and we're back. Gargled some more cough syrup. So our throat's a little bit better. Still 6 seeds, although that being said, that's not going to be enough for a full... Oh, no, we did make more. Yay. We actually did the thing. It almost never happens. Oh, with the ornaments? Yeah. Thank you. I actually I do have a full tutorial on that. Alright, just have to think if it still will work. It should work. I'm pretty sure uh, it does not involve bumping as far as I know. Or as far as I remember. Oh wait. It's kind of a lie. It actually did involve bumping. However, because as you can see, like some of the pillars are like ever so slightly raised. However, we did do it on the ground. As long as you construct it on the ground, you're fine. Just don't construct it indoors. And then you won't run into any issues. Trying to think of what other glitches are simple. The timing. Oh yeah, 100%. There's a reason if you watch that tutorial, the tutorial itself is like 45 minutes long, I think. It's in the 40 plus minutes long. It's one of my longest tutorials that I have ever made. And I did do time-lapsed footage for large portions of it in an attempt to like cut down the time. So and I think I can't remember exactly how let me see if I still have the original footage. And normally I'm such a pack rat when it comes to literally everything. So footage is no exception. That probably 2 to 3 hours it would be probably a safe estimate. Normally better about organizing my archives, but apparently not this time. It was kind of like when someone asked on a YouTube comment how long it took me to make the greenhouse, and I was just like, I don't actually know. Because it was like a weeks long project. So like largely I did do it on stream, but after a certain point, I did just start making it like off stream, just so I could like get it done because I was sick of looking at it. My streams are normally about 8 hours long. So when I mentioned that not 40 plus hours a week, I only stream like 2 days a week. It used to be because I divvied up. Actually, I now have been streaming a third day, but it hasn't been Palia. I used to do that so I could spend the rest of the week like devoting it to YouTube content, but I've just been so burnt out. And like I've been so like lost on like what content to make, or like what tutorial or build video to make for the channel. But this lattice like would not be like too bad. Actually, the footage for this lattice is up on YouTube. You can find this. At least you should be able to. So I did put the streams up on YouTube for these. I made it over the like for like 2 different days, however. But on the second day, the second day was when I had it in like. Oop, let me see if I can grab one of them. There. Added in these, which are these like little hanging vines. But yeah. At this point, I don't even know if this project can be replicated, which is very sad. For these doors, I never actually did a video for, yeah. I'm not. I would need to go to a different plot. Okay. Let's see if it still works. It might not. One sec. Gonna give you editor privileges so you can come with me. Please don't break anything. I am trusting you. Okay. I think I should have some gates. Okay, I even have the specifically the Emberborn ones. Bad news, you do need a Winterlight's Red present for them. But good news, you just need the one. And it's probably, and it's a good thing that the footage isn't like somewhere that people can find it, because the way that I originally did it, you could not replicate nowadays. Because the original way that I did it involved a placement property that the Winterlight's Red present doesn't have anymore. So, yeah. Okay, on the plus side, it still works. But I think you kind of get how it worked. So, yeah. But like when I originally did it, you were able to like place it on anything that had a flat surface. So I pillar. I might not have any. Oh no, I do. They're just right. They're called columns. We use these. Which can you still? You can. That's nice. And I actually used like a second one. And then I just like placed this one up here. And then that gave me the correct height. And that was after I had placed that there. And then I had done that. And then the Winterlight's Red present. So, I mean, technically, if you have two, actually, I'm curious. I'm a curious dragon. So if you have two of these suckers, let's get some building blocks involved. Because, you know, why not? That actually doesn't look too bad. Okay, and my goal, and here's where I can teach Mama a new glitch, which is the float version, or the group select version of a float, which is where you just group select two crates that are independent of one another, which if you had watched the sync machine video. You're probably familiar with that glitch. Alright, great. In this case, however, we are going to use it for something very different. We're going to move those two away. And now we're going to put our red present down. And we're going to put this crate here. And now we are going to group select this crate while it's on top of a red present. And this will just allow us to center the red present nice and pretty like in that square. Next, we are going to take our little setup here and put it nozzled up nice and close. And now because it does not operate like building blocks normally do, because we can't have a circuit unless the building block is on the ground. We can just group select this building block, and it's only going to select the red present. And that is going to transfer our properties onto the Winterlight's red present, which will make the present snap to the center of the crate above. We hit our number key with our decor item. That activates our float. Now we're going to get another red present with a crate on top. Use group select while targeting the crate. With any luck, this will work. I don't think it's going to, though. Of course not. Yeah, we were wanting it to go in the exact center of that red present, but we're just going to have to eyeball it. On the plus side, Winterlight's red presents do have lines on all four sides, so you can check. After which we take it off. Jumps up. And we see if this works. I don't think it's going to, but let's try. Yeah, I was worried about that. The concept works, the execution, not so much. We needed it a little bit lower. Just a little bit. Just a little bit lower. So, and this is one of those cases where we didn't take into account the height of the red present, which isn't that hard to do. We can do one of two things. If we have a third red present, which I do, we can just use that and stick it on top, and bingo bango, you now have the extra space. Alternatively, if you don't have a multitude of red presents, you can use pavers. Personally, I would use dishware in this case, because you would get a more accurate, not accurate, but you can be a bit more, what's the word I'm wanting here? You can be a bit more particular with your height. It's not OCD, it's just wanting things done a certain way. That didn't work. I think it's because we added it to the wrong side. I blame the cop medicine. This is actually a bit of a pickle, because if we add height to this side, which is what we need, we can't group select so it goes into the center. Oh, that being said, you could just, since we're already eyeballing the one thing, we could just eyeball the other. Good enough. More or less. You want to get really particular? No, because you can't group select item cancellation, so if you want to get really particular, you would need to get into like obstacle flicking in order to get past the if you were wanting to do that, personally, I wouldn't do this. Because due to Why did I do that? Normally need to wreck that. Right, no, we need to place it. And now. Hmm. Yeah. This is where the issue comes in. I knew there was something. The doors don't sync up. They just refuse. When you come at it from this way. Oh yeah, 100%. And it's always worth to ask. And there's a reason I test things, because I'm like curious to see if it changed. Because I don't like just saying no all the time. There are some times that, like, if I know that something doesn't work, I will just say it. But if I'm not sure, I'll try. But yeah, that's the reason for that. However, if you were wanting a like gapless version, I can't remember if I'm actually curious if this would work. Like this. Hello. Huh. And worry not, Mama. Believe you me, my neuroses will show themselves eventually. They normally revolve around why? Oh right, sorry. This is another thing. Do not place them in opposing directions when placing them down. Yeah. But my neuroses will normally come out when regarding flickering textures. And we have flickering textures. Nah. Like, literally causes me physical pain. And it's one of those times where you just gotta remember exactly how long I've been doing this. Because like I've been playing since the beginning of, or almost the beginning of the beta back in 2023. And thank you, milady. Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at here is that like I started glitching that. I've been glitching that long. Like one of the first glitches I found was when I noticed that this was possible, but this isn't. I was just like, okay. And then I noticed, well, that's possible. What if I just make this over here and then, oh. Okay. So it's all about like, it's kind of like earlier on in when I mentioned being a dancer. It's knowing and figuring out how to dance around the rules. Because S6 likes to put in rules, and you just need to figure out how to dance. So you build it somewhere else, move it into position. It's also why I say that when I say you need a hallway, and when someone else says, when I say use a hallway, and when someone else says use a hallway, we're saying two very different things. Because when I say, oh yeah, you just need to use a hallway, that's what I'm referring to. Is I'm referring to this trick where you just put a hallway down. You build your construction. You can actually get, in some cases, you can get real crazy with it. You can put it back down. Can't remember. That's fine. Yeah, you can't normally put a large room there. However, if you build out even more, this is where it gets a bit dicey. We don't talk about the alchemist's house. I'm just kidding. There is a point, like, if you're doing some nonsense like this, this is where you need a second harvest house. But now you have complex architecture. But as for like the bay window on the alchemist house, that's something completely different. Because there's like another glitch that is not, yeah, and not even like the normal cutting tool, but the weird cutting tool that I barely understand. And if anybody's having trouble with it, note that this is something that I barely understand. Because, you know, your basic cutting tool is very simple. You can make them in several different flavors. The flavor you'll see me normally use involves putting 3 hallway sections out here and putting 1 hallway down here. After that, it's made with small rooms. We make a T, and we put 1 down here. Then we move to the side, and then the back. We now have our cutting tool. That is the simple version, because now all we need is this. That's all we need is this little bit guy right there. That's our cutting tool. We can pick everything, literally everything else back up. And we now have our little jig that we can use for stuff. Anything that you attach, so it, like, theoretically, if I had to hazard a guess, and then we move it away, pick up a hallway. Yeah, I was worried. I think I did try this before, and of course it doesn't. Of course it's not that easy, because that would be too easy. But yeah, this is the cutting tool in its most basic form. Before all of the nonsense that came out recently, or not recently, but that Etsy brought to the forefront, which is, let me just get a separate harvest house. Because it involves I'm not entirely sure if everything... I mean, this still works, as far as I know. Or which thing are you lamenting not being able to try? Just in general, that's fair. That is. Okay, so let me try and remember how this nonsense works, because it is very nonsensical. So if I remember correctly, we put on... Oh, right. I'm adorable. After I just gave a whole spiel about using a hallway. Okay, there we go. And then we put on side, side. And then we started with this one. So we go, I think we go to the opposite one. And then we put on whatever we would like to throw. Oh, shoot. Okay, let's try it over here. No, I think we mucked it up. Okay, let's try it again. Here. Here. There we go. The thing that we want to throw in the back. It's not working. Oh. Okay. That's why it didn't work. But yes. So that's what happens. And it's ridiculous. And nonsensical. Yeah, there's a reason I haven't tried to utilize this more, and it's because my brain just goes into like to soup. Okay, so this time we started with this side, which was the opposite of what we did before. Okay. So I was right in what I was going to say. So whichever room you place down first on the bottom. So if we start here, that means that this time, if we want to throw something, we have to go to the right side of the harvest house and then to the back. In contrast, if we were to put down the right side and then the left, we would need to go to the left side and then to the back. So basically, go to the opposite side of which room you place down first. Why? I have no idea. Please don't ask me. I'm so sorry. But yeah. No problem. There is a lot of there's a fair bit of literature, and I believe there's even a tutorial or two on YouTube on this subject. I think there might actually even be a tutorial on like a new way to do the three windows in a row using what I just showed. I just have not looked at it because I have not had the energy to attempt it, if I'm being perfectly honest. I know that sounds bad and I hate to admit it, but it's an investment of energy. You watch the video on the three windows on a corner. Interesting. How did they do that? Out of curiosity. Oh, yeah, it was this type? Then that's probably the tutorial that I'm thinking of. Yeah. The bugs tutorial is the one that I'm thinking of. And thank you, lady. However, I don't I don't really make tutorials on things that I am not fully confident on. So this would be one of those things that I would like more like I'd link people to like Bug's tutorial because Bug obviously understands the material enough. Like they understood it enough to make it. So whereas like I'm still over here like, okay, wait. But yeah. So what would we do for Halloween? There's one thing that I've been like wanting to try and make for a while now. And you know, don't downplay vanilla plots because like if you are able to decorate with like in vanilla mode to somewhere that like to a degree that you like what you've made, because that's what I always try and remember to ask people before like looking at anything. I'm just like, do you like what you've done here? And like, if the answer is yes, then, it doesn't matter any critique that I make, because, or it doesn't matter what I see, I already like it without even looking at it. Because that's the most important part, is that you design something that you like, because you're the person that has to see it every day. I think that's probably, if I had to zero in on like why I've been struggling so much in my design work, it's because there have been far too many instances of me saying the words, well, I don't hate it, and not enough times where I'm just like, I like it, or I love it. So there've been a lot of concessions. Yeah. We could start by do we even have enough trees though? Because I haven't ever actually done something that could be considered a forest, but that could be fun. And I've seen people do some really interesting bits where they artificially elongate. Well, if you ever want, like, if you do ever want a critique or like advice or something, I'm always for coming over to see people's plots. Just as I've mentioned in the past to people, I do not come over unprompted. Oh, you were fine. And like I don't like view on the tour board unless invited. Is it already time for the next self-care break? Interesting. Just figure out. Although I guess we'll have to figure it out when we get back. How this is going to work. Probably is going to involve shelf and rotation. All right. See everybody shortly. Okay. Biscuits. And we're back. That was a way to start it off. Great. Thank you so much. It's really gonna make us do the thing. Fine. Is there anything else we needed in town? I don't think so. Well, it did what we wanted, though not as much as we wanted. Which, I mean, I guess fair. For the most, like, I wanted it to go up higher. Basically. Actually, that's not bad. Yes, and also, builds bring me the most joy? Hmm. The ones where I actually build things, if I'm being honest. So like the last the most joy I actually felt when building in Palia was when I was making my car. Sorry. When I was making my car. Or my second car, anyway. So that need for creative problem solving and finding uses for things that are unconventional. And but unfortunately, I'm running out of parts. And thank you, for starters. Or maybe I'm not running out of parts, but there are certain parts that I need that aren't in the game. Namely, I need glass. I just need a pane of glass. That would be nice. I could do so much. I could do so much if they just gave a pane of glass. Like if we just zoom over here, this project don't get me wrong, it's pretty, it's nice, it's great. It's very time consuming for one reason only. Because we had to use the glass ornaments instead of having just a pane of glass. This project jumps from being like 2 to 3 hours to like 45 minutes. Maybe. If there's a pane of glass in the game. Like, this greenhouse took me multiple weeks, like probably going on like a month of like using creative problem solving skills to like trying to figure all this. All of that goes down to like a fraction of that time if we have glass building blocks. So, yeah. So how can I take the skills of my enjoyment into the current project? I don't know. That is a hard question. I was originally trying to do that with like the original design. So like if we pop over to Modern Alchemy, which is the plot, the original design was going to be, and you can still see the facade that I was building. or at least kind of starting. But again, I ran into the issue that we don't have glass. And I was just like, Kate. And I spent so long trying to figure out how I was going to make something that looked like a window. And finally I had to just settle for, well, I don't hate it. And remove glass from the equation. Stop fixating on the glass, dragon. That's kind of why I was thinking of like or actually I can think of one, or there was one thing that I have been kind of wanting to make that theoretically might be easy, might be hard. Let's see. And I think they're mostly popular in North America, but I have no idea where they originate. But they're those little ghosts that people hang in their trees. They're either cloth, or sometimes you can just like get like pre-made ones from like the dollar store or from like Halloween supply stores. And I thought like making something like that might be cool. How? That's the question, isn't it? Because that's something that would use, what I find joy in, which is making things out of parts that are unconventional and that would work into this Halloween theme. That also being said, I think I do need to just take... Yeah. We just need to pick up the houses and just call it a day on that. We tried. It didn't work. We'll try again next year and see if the parts are better. I'm confused. Why would you tear down your home? Oh, did you get the 3 windows in a line? Fair enough. But your existing home is in the way. That's a tough one. I think my first question would be how much work has been done on the previous project. Not that you're really asking for my opinion, but not a lot. Then I mean, is it... Wait, was that the small one? Dang it, of course it was the big one. Yeah, that's kind of what I... That's normally where I get to after some humming and hawing, and I'm just like, you know what? Just say yes. And if anybody out there is wondering what I mean by that, it's when you use a vacuum cleaner. What the heck is in the way? Oh, there are presents. Of course there are presents. You get a vacuum cleaner. You just say yes. I tear things down maybe more than I should, but okay. I think this might work. I don't want to use red presents because I would like this project to be a bit more accessible to people. Not sure why I did that. I wanted this. There we go. We still can't do this? Of course we can't. Scrunchy dragon face. Flicking flowers. Okay, see you in a bit, Mama. Okay, now we go straight up. Item cancellation. Of course. Oh wait, did that... Really? They think this is gonna stop me. They've got another thing coming. Because I know full well that if we stack our floors on top of one another, they turn into this lovely mass that allows for placement. Isn't that great? I'm not sure how many floors we need. Yeah, we need a minimum of 3. Okay, 5. And now we just need to throw the little floating head up there. And hope to heck that we get that. Hmm. I mean, the aim was good, but the height was not. Dang. All right, round 2. Oops. You know? Oh. Jeez. That's terrifying. Definitely no need to sorry about that. You didn't miss much. Just enough to see that the like the little towel thing might actually be enough on its own. Hmm. Because like I tried tossing the lamp up there and it was like way too big. Suppose if we wanted to, we could try and make like a sphere out of bowls, maybe? How would we do that, though? With great difficulty. Okay. That was way too far. With hanging trees. Let me see. Yeah, I don't know. I'll do some research tonight and see if I can find the origin. I wanted to say that it, like, at least the ones that I'm thinking of kind of resembled the Shikigami papers in Japanese culture. So I'm wondering if that is, if that's where it came from, but probably not. My gut wants to say no. Okay, now how do we flip this over? Hmm. Yeah, like the cursor, the tiny bit of research that I did just now was pointing to like Celtic traditions. But that being said, this day and age, like we're so homogenized in our world culture. At least where I live. Sorry. All right, let's see if we can win the teddy bear. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We did the thing. It's a thing. Mm-hmm. Right. They're already in our inventory. We don't need to get more out of the box. We do need our, our modification bench. Trade places with Maggie. We did our item cancellations. Now we just gotta figure out how the heck we're going to attach this thing. It actually doesn't look half bad. It's a little like flat on one side, but aside from that, I think it's kind of cute. That's why it looked weird before. Because it's supposed to be hanging from rope. You did what? Did you break your house, or you... In either case, grats and or condolences. Nice. That's what I thought you meant, but, you know, had to ask. Mainly because I have no idea why. I'm sorry. Cancel placements in regards to housing. Are they like landscape pieces? Wait, no, it's not gonna work the way I wanted it to. We're gonna have to do this. Grab a shelf. Right. Oh, we can't do that anymore. That's okay. It's gonna be inside of a log anyway. At least that's the plan. Okay. Okay. I get the feeling I'm not gonna end up having the energy to do that many of these. Jeez. Thank you. That's more of a compliment than you'll ever know. Is, you know, one of those intrusive thoughts that does pop up, once in a while, is that when I get quiet and super focused, that it isn't exactly the most intriguing of content. Listen, I said it was an intrusive thought. Yeah, that's what I always worry. But then again, I get the feeling that a lot of people that they come to my channel, if they come to engage, they will. If not, then it's not like I actively ignore people. And that's mainly just from like my own experiences and like popping into other people's streams that I like have tried to exchange have tried to like engage, and then like I get that some streamers are very busy, and as a note, I don't like expect like other streamers to like know who I am and like give me special attention. I don't mean that. I mean like going in as a viewer and just like to engage with the stream. And there have been more than a few occasions where just like a question I ask or have said just like it's completely like breezed by in the in the scroll, and I'm just like, okay. Yeah, and personally, I feel that that's fair. Because like, again, my own personal stance on this whole thing is that like there's streaming is kind of like it's a different version of customer service, basically. At the end of the day, You are just selling a different product. And, you know, if you're not engaging with people who are like trying to talk with you, or if you miss certain things, that kind of reflects on the retention that you might have. But again, that is just my thoughts on it, and I also just like to make people feel seen, because, you know, it's nice to feel seen. I definitely know that. Oh my gosh, didn't even realize that. Quite possibly could stem from growing up religious. The old, you know, do unto others shtick. Still in there somewhere. You know, the message isn't bad. Need more. Okay. We will finish this when we get back from the self-care break. Gonna go do some stretches and other stuff. Mainly get some more cough syrup. See you pretty shortly. Okay, and we're back. Or that should be a little bit better. I kept like looking over and the mic is just like completely blocking my face. But I've been like trying to keep the microphone at a level that kind of forces me to keep not perfect posture, but at least decent posture. You know? Dang it. So close. Keep getting time. Oh no. I think that I think that's a compliment, right? Sorry that I'm distracting. Still need more. Okay, now there are two ways that we could do this. Um, what do we do with there's our little ghost. Sorry, two ways, right. We can either give our ghosts their own anchor, which is the easier way, which I think is what we're just going to do, is just give our ghosts, like we can put both of our ghosts on the same anchor, but the other way would be like figuring out the distance we would need to jump our little ghosty from like here and land it on to right there, which I'm at diminished capacity today. I don't know if I have that in me. It's not impossible. It's just a lot. when your roommates have turned into incubators of viral plague. Although my poor boyfriend, he never gets sick, and like, and actually, like, neither do I. The two of us have pretty good immune systems, so when we do get sick, it's like, well, we know that we didn't bring it into the house. It just starts spraying them with Lysol. I mean, I'm tempted. And it's just like, just cover your mouth when you cough. And then wash your hands. I mean, I would settle for just coughing into your hand. Oh, so close. Come on, buddy. Okay, something is in the way is actually a good sign. That means we just need to do an item cancellation. Something is in the way, we can work with that. Which I think the easiest. And we just go boop like that. So close. Watch this be an overshot now. Yeah, it is. Hey, Arya. We're doing okay. Having some fun with having some fun with making some Halloween decorations, or custom Halloween decorations anyway. Okay, let's try maybe a higher elevation. I mean, I'm gonna leave that one alone. Well, I don't disagree with the sentiment. Of that statement. where I have been given that advice before. And truth be told, if I had followed it, I would have stopped doing Palia a very long time ago. And that's mainly due to like multiple creative burnout cycles. To which I'm still like in the middle of one. I am getting better though at I'm still not great, but I'm getting better at kind of realizing that the next thing I make doesn't need to always be, it doesn't always need to be bigger, it doesn't need to be bolder, it doesn't need to be the most impressive thing I've ever done. Which is something that I did get hung up on for a bit there. Especially like after I made the greenhouse project. I went through a period there of like, how do I top this? And I'll be honest, after I made the copper glass lattice, I'm still recovering from that same feeling of I've made this amazing thing. How do I top it? I don't have to. Something might come, or it might not. You know, not all of Van Gogh's works were Starry Night, is what I'm getting at here. Some of Van Gogh's works were... Yeah. Although I'm more, if you like see his, but which ones am I thinking of? I think basically a lot of his portraits. I'm not a fan, but that does go to your point of like that art is subjective. Some people are gonna like it, some people aren't, and no one is required to like anything. It's kind of why I have that little mantra that might hit people's ear the wrong way. But it's that whatever I'm making is either going to be the best thing I've ever done or the worst thing someone has ever seen. I kind of stumbled there. Let me grab some water. But it's either going to be the best thing I've ever done or the worst thing someone has ever seen. And those things aren't always mutually exclusive. Meaning that, like, someone who has only seen masterpieces in their life, that bar is very high. So the best thing I can make at any given time might still not measure up to like the Mona Lisa, to Starry Night, etc. And to me anyway, that kind of takes a weight off of my shoulders and lets me be a bit more free with my artwork, because it reminds me that there's always room to grow. There's always room to learn. It's kind of like it's the reason I have my the new background for the start screen and the be right back screen, which I did that artwork by myself. I did that artwork myself, by the way. But it's to kind of show that you should be reaching for the stars. It's the tiny dragon with the titanic dreams. You know, I just had an idea, because we can actually connect these together. Ooh, that's a big one. Without getting too, or without unpacking too much, I had something similar regarding music that I have not gotten over, and I'm not sure if I would really call it a fear of failure at this point, but it's something akin to it. It's in the same realm of like trauma-based confidence issues. One of the other hats that I've worn in my life is a musician. I played piano and violin. I played piano for when I stopped playing consistently, it was sorry, I have to do some math. Probably about 16, 17 years. But I think it is really important to have like some kind of creative outlet, which is why I really like Palia, because it's kind of a low stakes creative outlet, which I know is kind of funny that I'm saying that as like someone who makes content and like streams it, etc. But and also thank you very much. I was kind of talking a bit too much, and my brain just processed your message there. I would like to think that goes both ways. That like I also would like. I think. Sorry, I'm trying to formulate the thought. I think part of the reason why I've continued on with my Palia content is because I do find joy in inspiring people, even if it's something kind of or seemingly inconsequential as, you know, a video game. Eventually, I would like to start doing maybe more like arts and crafting content. Which streamer do I follow that? Or actually, there's a couple streamers that I follow that do crafting content. There's Maybe, who does crocheting, and then I think her name is Kim for the Day. But I think she does maker content. When I popped into one of her streams, because I haven't been able to catch many of them, but she was I can't remember what she was doing. I can't remember if she was doing crochet or needlepoint, but it was really cool. And I was just like, that's the kind of stuff that I would love to do. It's not that I don't find Palia fun. It's just that I do like to do other things. And I have been getting like that like crafting itch lately. There are other things to do. There can be. But like, I finally got my sewing machine back from my mom. That took forever and a day. Still have no idea why she needed mine. I might just need to go do maintenance on hers. Which is fair. Hers is like older than dirt. Wow. That, if I'm being honest, that sounds like my early days of Palia. Not to out myself, but holy heck. That's why I burnt out the first time. Because we were just like, boundaries? What's that? And it's kind of why nowadays, especially like on like unofficial Palia housing, I'm so like boundary centric, I guess. And it's just like, listen, you do not need to make tutorial content if you do not feel comfortable doing that. Just because someone asks you to do it does not mean you have to do it. Is it because I kind of wish somebody told me that like 2.5 years ago? Kinda. It's not that I regret it. It's just, you know, my particular brand of neurospiciness is not great at boundary setting. Oh, probably not. And truth be told, even if someone had told me that, I probably still would be where I am today. However, there would have been a few more polite messages to it, like explaining that, you know, it's I'm not even sure. Basically, I spent a lot more time, or the amount of time that I spent on like tutorial content is vastly dwarfed by the amount of time I invested in answering questions and troubleshooting via Discord. So I probably would have just like, if I had to like give my 2 year ago self some advice, I would have told them, make more tutorials, answer less questions. Have I thought about holding Discord workshops? Absolutely not. Maybe for like subscribers and or Ko-Fi supporters. But, and I know that sounds harsh, but if there are people out there that would like to volunteer their time to do that type of thing, more power to them. I have volunteered enough of my time over the past 2 years. And yeah. So like, and I have not spent nearly as much time as I should have in the past 2 years in like, you know, trying to find like an actual job when I have spent it, you know, doing all of this. I've still been like sending out resumes and whatnot, and you know, but I haven't been like knocking down every door. So Thanks, Aria. Not sure about perfect, but I appreciate the sentiment. And I thank you for the compliment. There we go. I said it. I said it. That's choked down the visceral reaction. But thank you so much for the compliment. I hope you have a great night. And please get some sleep, sweetie. I'm perfectly me. That I will take. There was a song that I had heard, or it was, interestingly enough, it was in an anime, and it's not even like sung by one of like the main characters. It's like one of like the background characters, and it's called "Love Yourself," and it like hits so many of my like points, and I was like, I'm just trying to remember like what was. But there was a line in it that is very close to that. That's like, I'm who I am. I'm no one else. So I might as well love myself. Is the sentiment. Thank you, Aria. I try. And plus, I don't have to. I know this sounds bad. I don't have to try too hard because I genuinely enjoy being kind. And as much as I gripe about it, I also enjoy being helpful. Sorry, but I will be right back in just 1 second. Sorry about that. Is my pharmacy calling? They have the weirdest timing. But they ADHD meds. Yeah, I wish I had advice on, the journey of loving yourself. I don't, because it is, if I'm being honest, something that I struggle with every day. And that's not me fishing. It's not. It's just me trying to share a struggle. That's all. And some days are better than others. And some days you just do have to choose. Is today going to be the day that you're going to like the person who you are? And remember, or sorry, not like, because there can be a dichotomy. You don't have to like who you are. But as long as you love yourself, because those two can be two different things. Because, and let me explain. So, to not like oneself could be that you're not satisfied with your own personal growth where you are, that you feel like you could improve in certain areas. However, as long as you still love yourself, that's the important part, because that's where, self-care comes in. As long as you're taking care of yourself, those types of things. Oh, mama. Definitely sending you big ol' hugs. And I really hope hey, that means that you've taken a step in the right direction. Because, like, going out and seeking help, or, taking that step and realizing that you do need assistance is a step that not everyone has made. Like, there are plenty of people in my life that I'm just like, you could probably stand to use some counseling and or therapy and or both. But that's not something that you can tell people. It's a decision that they need to come to on their own. Which way do we want to go with this? I think this way. Because otherwise they just will feel like you're trying to pass them off on someone else. Which is not the case. It's more that you yourself don't always have the tools to help that person in your life. Fiddlesticks. Oh, nope, there we go. It's knowing your own, the kind of care. That's very true. And if I'm being perfectly honest, that's another thing that I struggle and more often than not that I fail with. because I like to think that I can help everyone. And I don't like to think that I'm incapable of helping people. But yeah. That is just a big part of it. It's just knowing your limitations. So yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. Mm. There we go. I knew there was a way this was going to work. Curious about the song. Confused. Oh, the song that, like, that I mentioned? I mean, I can play it. It's a good one. I have it on one of my playlists. Yeah, there we go. In my own skin, as a young boy. That's all I wanna tell you. Love, love yourself, that's all I wanna tell you. Remembering white lies. Hey, lady. Reality. Love you quite like you, baby. Right. That's all I wanna tell you. Love yourself, babe. Love yourself, that's all I wanna tell you. Yourself, babe. So yeah. That's the song. And I try to listen to that song every now and again when I'm feeling, you know. How are we gonna do this? Nope, we have a Ravenwood over here. Peace. Which today was a bit chaotic. Holy biscuits. Not a bad thing to have a, you know, a bit of a chaos floof day. All that being said, we probably should raid out before before the next round of ads come. Let's see if we can get this into position. And also, I forgot to mention because we are, you know, doing this whole shebang again tomorrow morning, Mama, if you are available, we can definitely go over tricks like how I made this tower here, because this is that whole group select glitch that I mentioned before that's like super easy to do. So like you think it would take you that long? It's only because you haven't learned the trick yet. So It's one of those things. It's like once you see how it's done, it's just like, oh, huh, that is easy. Plus, I believe in you. Because remember, even if you don't believe in yourself, I do. Oh, that's why. Okay. But we almost got our ghosties, or sorry, one of our ghosts into position. It's getting there. Do I have Discord? Yeah, 100%. It's the Tiny Dragon. Okay, I'll stop fiddling with this so we can find who we're raiding into today. And as well, in the About section, I have our new Tiny Dragon Studios Discord link as well. I don't have a command for it yet. But that one is finished enough at the moment. It still needs a little bit of work, but I put the link up for people. Okay, I won't. Let's go with... We maybe just started her stream, so we can bug her. Yeah. Let's go say hi to maybe. Ignore automatic tiny dragon. There we go. Hit the start raid button. But, of course, as I end every stream with, a little reminder that I have been and I always will be a tiny dragon with the most titanic dreams. I will always hope that you, wherever you may be in this wide, vast world, please continue to keep your dreams just as big, my darlings. And I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, and if not, sometime in the future. Okay, let's get this raid underway, and I'll catch you around the... Yeah.